It's not live on YouTube. Get it. Is this it? Looks like we have a pretty good group of participants here. Maybe we can get started. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we've got 8 now. It's probably time to get going. Just rearranging my Photoshop panels here. How's everyone doing tonight? Okay. So tonight's going to be pretty nuts and bolts. Oh, it looks like I just lost 2, maybe. Looks like I just lost 2. Darn it. Oh well. Just going to do what we can. So I just wanted to start by talking about how I just added this photo filter, because before we had kind of a lot of different colors and they seemed to be a little bit out of balance. And so I've added this photo filter to kind of try to give it a more homogeneous feel. And maybe it's too monochromatic. Maybe it needs to be a little bit more controlled. The thing is that I'm not really worried about any of this background stuff. It's this foreground object that to me is a little bit too much. Maybe what I need to do is turn it up and then use this mask here to get rid of some of it in some of the other areas. So let's just do that. If I put it at 50% opacity, then we just have like, it's not quite so heavy in most places. And then where it needs to be more heavy, it can be, I guess. That looks pretty good, I think. I think it's nice to have it be a little bit more clear. Okay. Henrik, you're here?
Hi, yes.
Hello, Henrik. Thanks for joining again.
No problem.
And we've also got Shannon here as well. Shannon. Shannon, can you hear me? Oh, hi, Shannon. Are you, Shannon, I've got this presentation that I shared the other day, and it has built into it some of your work. And I wondered if you wanted to talk about that in regards to your process and how you work. Here's the initial art breeder images you did, and then below that we have let's see here. Oh yeah, we have this set of information that you could talk about. You don't have to spend a long time talking about it, but you could at least briefly introduce it. And then I guess what's most important is that what everyone wanted to know about was this process of modeling and such. So there's this slide that you helped me make before, Shannon, this one here. And it would be awesome if you would open up Blender and show us this model, and maybe we can watch your video to kind of get people acclimated to your process and to your project. I'm not exactly sure how we should go about this. I planned on this just being kind of a walkthrough of how I would go about modeling an environment, and so I was going to try and use this environment that I made in Photoshop as a test case to show, or a case study to show you guys how I might go about modeling this. But maybe we should start by showing your process, Shannon, since Henrik has already had a chance to present his work briefly. And then maybe after that, Henrik can show us some of his grasshopper work that he was doing to kind of populate his design process from the style transfer. How does that sound? Should we start with that? You want to take a few minutes, Shannon, and just talk about this thing, or do you want me to do it for you? I'll go ahead and do it since Shannon's not responding here. Shannon, feel free to just take over anytime you want to talk about this project. I really would like you to show us your process in Blender a little bit more. It would be great for you to be able to show us the particle work that you did as part of your animation. So I think I should do this before, but just to kind of go over the process here. We have the style transfer. Whoops. We have the style transfer, and this style transfer for this particular scene. Oh, the automatic translation. Thank you for reminding me. Check, check, test, test. It's on. Okay. There we go. Okay, so here's the initial two ArtBreeder images. Now you guys are pretty familiar with this process. I think you've gone through it a little bit, and we're finding other ways to do the style transfer, like Harry suggested, and so there's lots of different possibilities in terms of how to do a style transfer. But we were using DeepArt.io and ArtBreeder, probably DeepArt.io in this case. So she's got the style transfer and she gets this kind of output. I'm not sure where that line is coming from. That's some error, but this is the composition here. And one thing that I want to make note of is all of this kind of little filigree that's happening in the image that's coming from some of these trees here. But then the trees become kind of this population of objects just kind of infiltrating the entire image. And then one of the things that I really stressed to Shannon throughout the process was the groundscape, because the groundscape to me is a really, really important aspect of any scene. And the reason why is because this is a kind of a first person view. Maybe it's a bit of a bird's eye view, but it's almost as if the view is taken from somebody who's walking down the street. Probably not that, it's probably from above the street, but it's close. And so she tried to focus on all the different elements, not just the larger geometric moves, but also these smaller details that really kind of inform the composition. Okay, so one of the things she did was she tried to be as efficient as possible. And so she's got these towers that create somewhat of an urban condition that simulates this environment. And then she starts to populate those with Grasshopper using kind of a random point cloud script. And then she's able to assign cubes onto those random point clouds. Next, she starts to really model the whole thing out and texture it as best she can, all of these things. And then finally she takes it into Blender and she does some tests initially to try and figure out these particle effects that she wants to use in Blender, and then she merges the scene where she's got the Rhino model that comes into Blender along with the particle effects that she's created in Blender to create this environment. Now, let's go back down to her project, and I'll just tell you quickly about the project so that you get a sense for that. And Shannon, feel free to jump in at any time and take over presenting. I'd love it if you would do that, because it's your project and you'll tell it much better than I could. But so she was interested in this kind of color palette, and she'd done some of these other studies previously. But I think this pastel and pink color, lighter colored color palette really spoke to her, which it should. I mean, it's quite vibrant and colorful and exciting. So she was able to come up with some of these different scenes. And this one here, she's able to get a mixture to come, and here it is. Let's go down to her research now quickly. Okay, so her initial research was dealing with a film, dealing with this cinematographic project called The City of a Thousand Planets, a feature film, sci-fi, and it's based on this idea of a timeline where eventually spacecraft can kind of clump together and become this kind of massive conglomeration of space station. And it's basically like an informal settlement in space, which is kind of interesting. Like, like any informal settlement in developing countries or that sort of thing. So she went through and understood the history of space travel and of the early space stations, and thought about these space station technologies, all of these things. And they were quite taken as well with this urban project. This is an elevation here, I believe, and this is another elevation of this project, Stop City, an archipelago cityscape where this is just one big facade, and it's very, very thin city. So this is the timeline where you start to get the conglomeration, and then these things take place, and we get VR becoming very important in this space station world where you don't really have the possibility of free motion, and so then thinking about informal settlements on Earth as well, and cyberpunk, Kowloon Walled City, and all these places, Habitat 67, water dwellings, floating architecture. These are all places that she was thinking about. And Mars was one of the places that she, this space station idea took her to other planets, and she was thinking about Mars. And she was saying, with these art breeder images, she started to think, well, what would happen? What would it be like if we were able to terraform Mars, and then with that terraforming, we then ended up having invasive species that kind of just took over. And so that was kind of the premise of this view, is that this invasive species has now taken over Mars, and is now, and so then they've built these cities as an integral part of these invasive forest cities. And so you have a lot of these pinks and purples because of this invasive species. So that's what she was thinking about. And then her partner, Luna, was dealing with something with underwater cities. That was her project. So I'd like to quickly just watch the video of her presentation. And I'm hoping for kind of a watered down version of these types of movies, the animations. And I think that it's ideal if you use It's ideal if you use Unreal Engine's tool, or if you use Enscape. Enscape and the tool from Unreal Engine are quite nice and well adept with creating animations from them quite quickly. But so anyway, let's get to Shannon's video. So if we go to the studio website, here we go. Here's Shannon and Luna's project. So let's just watch that real quick. We could go on, but I think just for time's sake, we'll stop it there. Shannon, do you want to add anything? Is there anything you want to add to what I've already said about that?
So I think your explanation is very clear and to what I want to explain.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for being here and everything. Do you want to show us Blender?
Sure, I can.
Okay. Cool. Go ahead and share your screen then.
You see the Blender view.
Let's see. Am I still? Oh yeah, I'm going to stop sharing mine. Just 1 second. There we go.
So it shares now.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. For the Blender, I just put my random model into the Blender and change the texture and add this hair-like plants and add some animations in the Blender.
So let me ask you.
Okay.
It looks like you also had clouds in there, some kind of an atmospheric fog or something. Is that a Blender feature that you were using?
Yes.
Okay.
The fog
That's probably the least important thing. Maybe go to more important matters. I just wanted to know if that was one of the things in Blender, if that was something you did in After Effects, or where that was done. So yeah, that's all I wanted to know. People can Google it if they need to. I would be interested in seeing about the particle systems you use for your trees and such.
For this, here like objects with I use this particle properties and choose this here type, and I can change the length and the number of it, so it can be more smooth or hard target, and you can also change the to be interpreted, so it can be more like a board, not like the target.
Okay. So that was a pretty simple process then. You have some geometry, you apply this hair particle effect, and it just kind of does what you needed it to do. Good.
You can also I also change the kick type to the curl or wave, so it turns different also.
So you have some that are curl and some that are wave?
Yeah. So it's like a different type of hair plants.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And then at the very end of the project, you added a bunch of other kind of little smaller pieces that helped the project feel a little bit more akin to the early image. You want to go and show us some of that?
You mean this part?
I think so.
Yeah, I tried this followed for the YouTube video, but I think it didn't work in the rendering video, so maybe it's better to watch another YouTube video for them.
Okay. Okay, so that was a failure then. Okay, that's fine.
It's just show in this in the Blender view, but not show in the rendering video.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. And then another question for you is about, like, let's say, okay, there's that kind of tower up to your right off the screen, this a round tower that looks kind of like a pineapple or something. Up to your right off the screen. Yeah, there you go. You can see a little bit at the very top.
This part?
Higher, that one. Yeah, that one. Mm-hmm. Maybe you can talk to us about the modeling and how your process of texturing, that sort of thing, just quickly on something like that, like an example piece.
Yeah, for this, first I create some floors, some platform to show the scale of this building, and add the thin wall of this platform to make it more complex and show the scale more clearly. And for the texture,
we're seeing that as kind of like a balcony or something, right?
Yeah, balcony. And for the texture, I use this window-like. So each window show each floor. It shows the scale of this object more clearly.
And so are you tiling that texture, or is that multiple objects at different bands?
Just the one texture, and I use the UV adding. Change the scale of this. Like this, I can choose this part and press S to zoom in and zoom out to change the scale of it.
Good, that's great. Okay.
Just make a mistake. I should choose this barrel object and choose UV adding.
I see.
Yeah, the scale is changed.
There we go. Great.
Okay.
May I ask, is the balcony model inside Blender or imported from Rhino?
In Rhino, and I put in the Blender. I didn't change in
I see.
Blender for model.
I see.
And so you exported that as meshes, right?
Yeah.
So
So
it
did
has
you-
to be meshed.
Did you do your modeling as a sub D, Shannon?
Some part is sub D, like this white part, and this is most is mesh.
Meshes.
Oh.
Okay.
I see.
Yeah.
I mean, sub D is a kind of mesh. Well, you know, Blender wouldn't see it any differently. It would just kind of bring it all in. However, but I guess what I was wondering is the stuff that's just done as normal NURBS modeling in Rhino would then have to be converted. The sub Ds will just come in as meshes. And then anything you have as meshes in the Rhino model would then also come in just kind of standard. But the NURBS would have to be converted. Yeah.
So may I ask about, because I've never used Blender before. So is it the biggest advantage is easier to map the texture and the animation?
Yeah,
Or
I
is-
think.
Okay.
And the particle effects, which you don't have an option for in Rhino.
Okay, I see.
So I was saying this earlier to somebody. In the past, I would have recommended Maya, but it seems like it's a little bit unwieldy, difficult to get your hands on. But Blender is so easily available, and it's growing in terms of people who use it. So that means there's more tutorials on it now, and it's free, open source, which makes it that much better. So
It's free.
it's pretty amazing software. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shannon, is there any other pieces that you want to tell us about, you know, that you had fun doing, or that made a big difference in terms of the output?
I think I prefer this particle proportions in Blenders most, and I already introduced this.
Now, the animation, can you talk a little bit about that? Because that's something that's going to be new to most people. A lot of people have not used Blender before.
Okay, for the animation, we can choose the camera view, click this one, and we can into this view and search in this box, search camera, and add this. We can show the timeline of the camera, and we can change how it move through add some key shots in this timeline. If I just delete all these shots and click camera to view and add I to locate the keyframe as the location, and change the time to 100 and change the camera view like this, and press I again and choose location. Then the camera is moved. So through this process, we can get a moved view.
Pretty straightforward. That I keyboard shortcut is really helpful. Insert, it's good.
Yeah. And it can also choose some separate objects and add add some keyframes for this individual objects so it can move just for this.
It's great.
Okay.
And then the particle effects they're not using an animation, frame by frame animation like this, right?
For what?
For the particles like the grass and the trees.
Yeah, for this plants, just choose the object and change the keyframe of this object in this timeline, not the camera, but the same process.
Okay, I see. And then the particle effect, the hair or the leaves kind of respond to the moving of the object then.
The movement of itself can change this through the physics properties. I forgot, but in this part, it can be falling down an animation in this part. We can change it.
Okay, I think it's rigid body, but
Yeah.
something like that. Great. Okay. Cool. Anyone have any questions for Shannon? Shannon, I'm really grateful that you shared this. It's really invaluable information. Thank you.
And thank you.
Henrik, good question. Thanks.
So I stop sharing now.
Yeah, does anyone else have any questions for Shannon? Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Shannon.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that Shannon's project's quite amazing. She did a really good job with it, and I'm glad that she can be here to kind of help us understand it a little better. Okay, so Shannon's finished. Henrik, do you want to show your grasshopper process?
Yes. Am I sharing now?
I think so. Yep. Yes, you are.
Okay, great. Okay. Sorry, I think I didn't have. Let me just have a quick look. Sorry.
No problem.
Yeah. So basically, what I talk about in the morning is, sorry for the image is not clear, but I will just explain simpler. So at first, I have some lines as some path for the particles to climb on. So this is the basic idea. So instead of one line, I consider them as path. And then I will deploy some points to walk along this path, but with some randomness. So I will get their, like their path will become some lines, which is like the blue lines here. And then when I got a bunch of lines, I turn them into one solid. So the solid will be basically walking along the red line, but with some randomness on it. So this is how the process going. So let me see if I have some recording. Yeah, so I don't know, can you see the animation at the moment?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is basically the process in the grasshopper. So basically what we can choose is like number of points to be going through, or their randomness. So how far they will look outside the path. So this is the idea. And the plugin is called Kulubra. I will type in the group later on. So this is one thing that I was thinking to give, how to say, more like a random pipe or some more blob shape along some curves. Then I would suggest to have a try on this method. And then another thing is more on the image sampler. So sorry, what is it? I think it's here. So
oh, yeah,
this
that'd be
is
great. Yeah, show us that.
yeah. So this is another project. It's actually the same module that I did some AI thing with Carlos, but this one is more about the music part. So there is one thing I did in the initial stage, which is trying to translate some lines into music. And then the lines is actually coming from my site. Sorry, can you see my cursor moving?
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. So at that time, at first, I want to try to use algorithm to like extract these underwater topography lines outside. So at that time, I tried to use image sampler because except tracing, there is actually no quick method to just extract the lines. So I tried to use image sampler. And I hope I have a video here. Although it's not completely, okay, so for example here, you can see they are like grids, the density of the grids is increasing. So basically I try to divide the image into points. And then what I did next is trying to give them according to the numeric value, trying to filter out the points which are not red color. And then I try to connect them at the end. But at the end, I couldn't really connect them into the clean lines that I got here. So basically, I traced them at the end. But this is an attempt that how I try to convert an image into some useful points of values. So sorry, I'm not sure is it clear, but the logic is trying to convert an image into some data that we can manipulate with.
Can you go back to the original? Go back.
Sorry. Yeah. So the image is in the middle. So the orange part means the river has have a different levels on the under the water. And then I want to extract the orange part. So I try to use image sampler first, and then I can get some value of the RGB value. And then I try to filter out the value which are closer to the blue.
Was the resolution of the image a challenge for the computer? Did it choke quite a bit, or was it a pretty smooth process?
It's not quite smooth actually. So that's why I did a test which is from a really rough resolution first, and then try to get one which is because at that time my goal is to produce a video, so I make it not too laggy for screen recording. So this is like a maximum. So if I turn one more unit, it will slow down significantly.
Yeah, that's the challenge.
Yeah,
we're still hitting computational walls. You know, it's kind of interesting. Years and years ago, when I was in school, you could really feel the physical limitations of computing. You know, and you were constrained by the processor and the memory, and that's still true today for more complex processes.
Yes,
it's gotten a lot better, but we still have ways to go for complex processes.
Yes, or maybe simply it's not the best method. Because I guess the original idea of the image sampler is not simply changing a JPEG into some vector. I guess.
Well, I think the main idea most of the time for image sampler is to kind of start to break an image up into component or to smaller parts, and then that way it can become something that's parametric or data driven to create some aesthetic thing, an output of some kind, right?
Yes, exactly.
Which, I mean, yours is kind of an output, but it's a different kind of output. Let me ask you one other question here. So how are you choosing how are you isolating what is red on that middle image? Is it the deeper blues?
Actually, I found a script on Food for Rhino, which is they can separate the color value according to red, blue, green. Yeah, so they have like 3 sliders that can split up the blue and blue value. So I use that slider as the filter. Yeah, but although we can see it's not very clean, but at least it's getting there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
I think
this project is more about music, so I didn't really try to resolve it at that point. Yeah.
I think it's a very interesting process. Maybe not the most pragmatic process, but very interesting nonetheless.
Yes.
We're not always interested in the most expedient way to accomplish something. Sometimes it's more about the process than it is about the end result.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think if you were really just trying to analyze the image by color, you just take it into Photoshop and just do that. Do it there, and it would be much quicker and much cleaner. But ultimately, your end goal was about music, and so this is part of that process, getting to the music, right?
Yes, exactly.
It's great.
Yeah, so that is actually I don't have.
Do you want to show us the whole film? I'm curious. Let's just play through this real quick.
Okay, so maybe I quickly go through a few pages so you can have an understanding of the background, because the video is basically only the outcome of the presentation. So basically we start the concept with 3 different elements, including one landscape and a concept of music, and also architecture itself. So I used the Venice Island because it was my design studio site. And then, so my initial thing is trying to convert the underwater topography into music. So I consider those lines are actually the music notes. So this is my first concept. And then the second part is I was inspired by a piece called Scarlatti's Cat, which is actually inspired by a cat walking on a piano. And then the musician tried to use the note the cat step on. So basically only 6 notes, and then turn it into a piece of music. So I was thinking, what if we use human motions as what if we are the cat itself? And then we use the motion to affect the previous. So previously I was using the topography as the music notes. So what if our movement is can transform those lines in so as to transforming the music through our motion. So this is my second concept. And then finally I was trying to think of, so what if we can also have some visual experience. So I was interested in this bridge. Originally, I was only looking at this elevation because it looks like a music note pattern to me. But actually, after discussion, we think maybe it's more interesting if we look at the short section. So I was thinking, what if the motion itself also changing this bridge section? So I started to model it and then try to deconstruct it into points that we can actually interact with. So so at the end, I was just trying to combine all the 3 things together. So so now you may see the video. If not, it will be only confusion.
Thank you.
Can you hear? The music from the video?
No.
Okay.
If you have headphones plugged in, you might have to unplug your headphones.
Okay. I think it's the reason.
I think, Henrik, I think it's about changing the audio in your Zoom settings.
Okay.
I think it's not working yet. Is there sound now?
Yeah.
Okay. So now it's okay. So on the left bottom corner. Sorry.
You want to turn it up.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay. Yeah, so the lines are connected by our hand movement. Yeah, and here are some iteration from the points. Yeah, it's a bit weird.
Thank you for sharing. That's great.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit strange.
That's beautiful. Beautiful.
Thank you.
That's great. Does anyone have any questions for Henrik? Okay. Henrik, thank you so much for sharing that. That was, I think, really enriching for all of us to see.
Thank you.
Okay, so now on to the boring part. I'm not going to claim this is going to be interesting at all, but I'm going to go through the translation or the process of translation of this image here into a Rhino model. And it's not going to be perfect, and there will be some compromises, but we'll do our best to try and get this into Rhino now. So here's the image here, and like I said before, for those of you who joined late, I added one thing that I had not added earlier in the day, and that is that I've added this photo filter to kind of normalize the colors a bit, where before this blue orange, which is now like a 10-story building, was too blue and everything else was too orange and red. And so I've added this photo filter, and I've got this mask on to make it so that only the orange is affected for the most part, to give us some consistency in the color, so the color schemes are consistent. Okay, so looking at this image, maybe the first thing I'll do is I'll export it from Photoshop as a JPEG. That way I can have it as a reference image inside of Rhino, and I can come back to Photoshop anytime I want, but I'm just going to have it in Rhino as well for a reference. And I'm going to go ahead and just delete this stuff here. Not going to need it. And instead, I'll just be working in Rhino. So I'm going to do a picture frame. Just going to drag this in, make a picture, we'll put it in top view first. We'll probably end up putting it in multiple views. Maybe actually we'll do it in front view as well. Might need to rotate that. Okay, here we go. So now I think probably one of the first things I have to do is try and appropriate some kind of scale to this. And I'll use my people that I've added here to help me get a scale. I'm working in millimeters at the units. If you look at the units, I like to work in millimeters or in inches if I'm doing a imperial model. Millimeters is good because it allows the model to be in really small increments and be more accurate at the small scale. So maybe the first thing I'll do is I'll just kind of get this model to be about right. So I'll start by modeling 6 meters. And so there's my 6 meter line. So now I need to scale this thing accordingly. So first thing I'll do is I'll move this line to the 0, 0 mark so that it's right in the center of my model. And then I'll take this drawing and I'll move that to be at that center line. And we'll use one of these people. They're about the same height, but we'll use one of these people to scale that. And I'll just do the scale command. I'm going to take that. I'm going to scale this up. There we go. So now we're kind of to scale, I guess. And I'll delete this floor plan guy. So first things first, we need to kind of think about these spheres. And I'm going to say that these spheres are almost all the same size and that we're seeing quite a difference in perspective here. So we've got one clearly in the foreground here, one in the midground, and then a couple here in the background. And so probably first thing we're going to do is decide what the size of those balls. So let's see here. I'm going to use just a sphere, and I'll just kind of do that. Okay, and I want that sphere. I think I want that sphere to be dead on in terms of. Let me just rotate that thing. It will be a lot easier to manipulate if I'm using cardinal directions for that object. So when I'm looking at this thing in elevation, I should see these objects. They wouldn't get smaller based on perspective, but if I'm looking in perspective, then they would start to get smaller based on the perspective. And so what I want to do is I want to change the properties of my viewport from, right now I have 120 lens length. Usually it's 50 degrees, 50 millimeter lens length, which is like a standard portrait camera that you would use for taking portraits of somebody, but we don't even want to be at 50. We want to be more like 20 or 25 maybe. And the thing that's nice about having this perspective be a little bit more wide angle is that that's more similar to the way we see the world. We have a range of vision that's quite wide, and so I want to kind of mimic that range of motion in my perspective view. And so I'm going to pull this guy forward. Let's see. There's that. Pull this guy forward. And then I will make this other one like that. And we're going to even go further forward. Maybe I don't. Okay, so let's just pull this guy. Okay, we're gonna have to, maybe I do want a more flat perspective here, so that might help maybe for the modeling portion. And I'm going to go ahead and change this material so that we're a little bit transparent, because then I can use the image more like a guide instead of like we're trying to trace it or something like that. And then another thing I'm going to do is I will save this view, a named view. So I think this is it here, named views. You can find that here under named views right there. And I can just save this view if I want. And I'm going to call it 01 as the first view. X-ray is helpful sometimes. And we want to try and be as true to the perspective as we can be, because the more true we can be to the perspective, the more accurate the scale is going to be in terms of those types of things. Okay, so, and I've got this in X-ray view so that I can get those scales to be right. And so I'm going to do the same thing with these balls in the back here. Oh, and you know what? I forgot. Okay, so I'm going to say this is O2. This view is O2 because there we go. And then another thing I want to do is I want to start making these into a block. So I'm going to make this into a block. Base point, center. There we go. I'm going to call this sphere. Generic name there, but, and I'm going to use that same block, and that way, wherever I have that geometry, it's going to be populating this stuff. So I'm just going to use that wherever I do it. One thing you'll notice about this view or this thing is that we have kind of this layering of landscape. So we have this kind of ridge that may be in the foreground, and then we have this mid-range ridge, and then we maybe even have this background ridge, and possibly one or two back there even further. And that's stuff we're going to have to try and create in this world of ours that we're making. Let's see here. I'm gonna just just these things here. Okay, so this part's kind of just pretty simple. It's not like we're doing any magic at all here. It's really just about kind of placing basic and general geometry that we want. This one's going to be behind it just a little bit, and I'll probably duplicate those, bring them over here. I can do that again, actually, right there. These can go further back and over a little bit. So I'm starting to get some of this geometry to kind of, and again, I'm not trying to match it exactly, but there are some magical moments about these images that we're creating. And so it's nice to try and use them as a guide, if that makes sense. And so I am having to interpret this thing both in terms of location, but also scale and that kind of thing. I could be scaling these objects down or making them bigger or whatever, but I think that scale is, or sorry, location is more important here. Okay, so we've got this clumping back here, and then this one. Okay. Kind of fun actually to have this kind of spread out. This is something that where we are starting to kind of create a spatial relationship that wasn't there before, except for within our perception. And the image can tell us a lot about these relationships and what's happening there. I think that I have quite a bit of clustering so super far back. I think maybe I want more to be up close, so I might grab a couple of these and just duplicate them and bring them closer. Just to give me a range. And then I'm probably going to do the same thing. Let's see, I'll grab those three there and do the same thing over here, maybe. And the reason why is because when we're done, let me just change this view to another perspective view. When we're done, we want to create an entire kind of experience that's not just one-dimensional, but it has this ability to even pan around and create this whole panoramic experience. So when I'm looking at this, I'm thinking about, how can I create this experience? And so what I might do actually, I might use this this first sphere as kind of a point of reference, and then what I can do is I can kind of do an array, a polar array, and I can use that sphere as a center point, and I can, let's say, I don't know, 8 or something. There we go. So now I have this kind of array where that's at the center, and I can start to kind of manipulate these things a little bit, just so that they're not in the same pattern everywhere. so they don't feel so contrived and patterned, but that there's this kind of randomness to them. Now, I mean, I could have probably done something similar to this in Grasshopper, but for expediency purposes, I didn't even really need to do that. It was more important that I just get it done quickly, and just polar array seemed to work pretty well. When I was younger, I didn't use polar array hardly at all, and I found it to be quite a useful tool because unlike regular array, it's not as easy to pick out the regularities in the pattern. You know, the patterns are not as readily decipherable. Let's see, let's do something else. Okay, there we go. Now we have kind of this conglomeration that would feel a little bit like what it might be like to be in a city of these kind of balls. And maybe I want to clump a little bit more, bring this to be more of a density that's getting thinner on the edges, like a normal cluster of urban condition. So here you can see we're already starting to deviate from the original image, but at the same time it's becoming more rich because we are making design decisions. Let's see. That seems pretty good. I don't know. Okay, so here we have that. I'm going to hide this guy for now just because we want to kind of maintain that stuff. What's that one? I think that one, it might be I'm just going to move that guy out of the way just so that we can have this clarity of this image. Okay, so we've got that. Now, I think my next step is these elongated volumes. And so I think what I'll do is I'll make another block. So I'll duplicate this guy, copy in place, and then I'll say explode block. Because I want to keep that same geometry for all of those, but I want to make a new block for this one. So I'm going to come in here and just make a simple surface edge here. Let's see. Oops. Can't do it. Surface. Extract UV. I think it's subcurve. No. Extract. Isocurve. Yeah, that's what I want. It's in the U direction right now. I'm going to hit D and hit V, and then that will give us that isocurve. And I can mirror that. Oops. Let's do it from top view. Join. Now I've got that curve that I can start to extrude. And I can just extrude it using the gumball. And I can copy this sphere. Again, this is just like wireframing. I'm still totally wireframing. That shouldn't take that long. Dang. What's going on? I'm gonna stop that process. I'm nervous that it's gonna crash my computer or something. So what I'll do instead is I'll just kind of use a line, make a surface, and use that to trim it instead. Cutting objects, select object to trim, gone, good. I'll do the same thing down below. Oops. Okay, and now I can take these objects and join them. And now we've got this thing. And I think, yeah, let's just put it back there. I think it's behind, maybe even a ways behind. And we've got another one way over here to the left. And that one might be taller. So I'll take half of it. If you hold down Control Shift on the keyboard in Rhino, it allows you to select parts of geometry. So here we have this partial geometry, and I can take that and just drag it to extend that geometry. And that's too tall. Okay. So now we have this kind of field condition of ball spaces, ball type spaces. Let's just see. I kind of want to get a sense. I guess they're going to be whatever they are compared to these people. And I think that's probably the next place we want to go is modeling this kind of environment that the people are in and everything that surrounds it. When I look at the image, I see this area as if it's kind of some kind of lake or something like that. And then they're standing on this kind of platform that overlooks the lake. And then we have this interior, some kind of an interior that's really bright. And we've got this mechanism that's part of this building that they're kind of that they're part of. And I think if I try to model all of the complexities of this stuff as landscape, then it will take away from the intricacy and the complexities of the architecture that we see. So I think I'm going to just kind of glaze over the kind of detail that we see in what I'm considering to be landscape, and instead focus on the kind of intricacy that we see in these buildings. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. Looking back at this image more closely, because it's a little bit hard for me to get up close to the Rhino. Inside of Rhino, I see that there's a few more of these tall ones here. So I'll populate a little bit more with this geometry. But before I do, I'm going to create another block with this one. This is going to be a more typical one that you see more often. 1, 2, 3. Maybe I just make it typical. Okay. And so instead, maybe some of these are kind of stacked. In fact, it seems like a lot of them are stacked. Oh yeah, but before I do that, I'm gonna make a block. I try and select the base point for these blocks as close to the object as possible, so that the blocks are very centric to the place. It helps with keeping your geometry clean, I think. Okay, there we go. Those, duplicate them down. And then based on this image, it seems like most of them are at this lower scale, this lower place. So I might group those and then just kind of bring them to some other places. And again, I could probably use Grasshopper to do some of this, but for me, there's an expediency about just kind of simply working through it manually, quickly. Okay, so I think we've got the basics of that scene in there. I am missing, let's see here. Okay. There we go. So I've got the sea of stuff happening. And this, to give you a sense, we've got these people here, quite small, and then we have these I don't know, edifices, whatever they are, they're quite big. And then if you have this the understanding of this big field condition, that's why it's so important that we use blocks, because if we're not using a block, then this geometry starts to multiply really quickly, especially if you're starting to get into the intricacies of some of this geometry that we're going to try and work with later on in this exercise. Before we get to that though, and I think we'll probably have maybe 3 different types of sphere type of buildings. But before we get to that, we'll try and model this smaller piece a little bit, just so we get a sense of that. Okay, so here we are. Let's see, let me just get a sense of things here. Okay, there's that all the way back there. But we do have all this stuff up in the foreground and all of this stuff. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and just hide these ones behind. We don't really need them in the shot for now. They're not doing us any good or any harm. And to me, it looks like this guy might be just behind this thing. It's maybe jutting out a little bit more into this lake. So I'm going to go into top view here. and find, let me see, let me find that guy. There he is. So I'm going to just draw an imaginary coastline real quick, just so I get a sense of what's happening here. Okay. Maybe that gets pulled up some more. Okay, there we go. And then we've got this opening. This feels like it's coming out. Got this landing, and then this feels like it comes out even further. So if I just kind of model two-dimensionally what I'm looking at here, maybe I have this space, and then I have an equal spaces for this balcony, and that's going to overlap the water just a hair. Maybe this guy juts out a little bit more. This balcony juts out a little bit more, but then this thing is even further. And with that, I'm going to move this guy over some more so he's more in line with that coast line. And so then if I take these guys and extrude them, I'll be able to start to get a sense of what's happening here. And so with that, we now need to kind of, I'd like to try and align this back to our perspective view a little bit. And gonna scale him down a bit. He's a bit too big. Whoa. Seems more like it there. Oh, I've got this thing out of whack here. So just gonna. Cool, getting there. It's close. Okay. So we've got that basic premise understanding there. And I'm going to put this guy closer again. So then if I measure this thing, oops, if I measure this thing, we're looking at a couple of stories, I think. 8 meters. Yeah, 8.5 meters. So maybe 2 stories. So I think we actually need to get taller for that, a little bit taller. Okay, I'm just gonna go up there. Oh, I'm trying to go maybe about 10, maybe. Yeah, there we go. 11 meters. That's good. 369.11. Maybe we'll bring it down to 10. 10 even. 10 meters. Okay. And then we've got this kind of canopy thing happening. We'll just do, okay, so that looks kind of organic in some way. What's the best way to get this? Maybe just a curve here. So, and it looks like it's kind of loose. 3 points. And then I don't know what it does back here. We'll just kind of make something. And I'm going to take this thing in. There we go. That makes more sense to me. Now I can so it's a closed curve, but it's not making a loop due to whatever reason. So I'll just project to C-plane and out goes the output. Now we should have a flat curve. There we go. Now I actually probably don't want. I probably want to use a sub D because, oops. Probably want to use a sub D because this is going to be hard to manipulate. See, we only get these 4 control points to manipulate it. And if I do, it's not going to be very clear. I could use a cage edit, but if I do that, bounding box. I could use a cage edit, but if I do that, it's still a little bit clunky. Maybe that'll do for what we're looking for. I don't know. I'm not sold. Maybe let's try the sub D tools here, see what we can do. Or maybe even better, we'll take this object and turn it into a sub D. So copy, paste. Oops. Hide that. I'm just gonna take this object, turn it into a sub D if I can. Convert to nerves, convert to sub D. Okay, so now I have this sub D, and I'm going to turn it. Okay. Let's see here. There's a sub D. Okay, I'm just gonna pull it over here. Start making that. Yeah, that's not happy. I don't really like that. Maybe I'll take this curve and make a mesh out of it, or sub D. Maybe I'll start with making it a mesh and then turn it into a sub D from there. mesh from surface or polysurface. There we go. Mesh, sub-D tools, convert to sub-D. There we go. So now I get rid of that mesh. Now I've got this sub-D, and I can hide or delete this surface. Hide it. I'll just hide it for now. Got the sub-D here. Move that into place. I'll have a whole lot more control over it now, especially if I just turn on the points. And I can do a filter. I don't use this tool very often, but when you need it, it's really helpful. Oh, there we go. Okay. We're just going to turn on sub-objects, which means that we'll only be able to select sub-objects, not the whole object. I'm going to lock these. I'm going to lock these things, lock them, like that. Actually, I'm going to select this, and I'll just select everything else and lock it. So this is the only thing we can really affect right now. And then I'll turn on sub-objects. And then that way I can only select the points. And I might rebuild this actually. It's to sub-D quad, oops. Quad, mesh, select mesh. Quad remesh. And so I'm going to try and make this as small as low resolution as possible. So we'll do 5 or 6, maybe 6. And it's processing the quad remesh right now. I don't know if it can do that. Let's say 10. Just sub-D. So it can't do 10. So we'll do 20. Wow. Let's say adaptive size. Guide curve. We do want to select the guide curve. Quad remesh. We just want to get a simple geometry. Select guide. Whoa, too many still. 20. Select curve. Preview. Convert to sub-D. delete input, so decrease corners. Yeah, there we go. That's what we want. 30. This is my least favorite part, trying to get these meshes to work well. That I think we can work with. We can work with that. Let's do a 30. Or maybe I'll just try upping this to 70 just to see what that's like. If that's good, we'll keep it. If not, we'll pull it down to like 40 or 30. Okay. Okay, there we go. So tab on the keyboard changes that information from this rectilinear or triangulated thing to the sub-D volume that it'll become. Gonna just start to sculpt this a little bit. Sub-D modeling is a huge game changer for Rhino. Really makes a big difference in terms of our ability to control things in Rhino. It's a tool that's been available in other modeling softwares for a while now, but Rhino's just getting it. And it's fine. I mean, Rhino's a pretty amazing piece of software. It's got a lot of versatility. And to have the added bonus of these sub-D modeling tools is really helpful. So now we can start to select some of these edge faces and pull them down so that we're getting some of that variation that we were hoping for. That seems to be just a little bit too much. Maybe I do want that, and then I'll just pull the whole surface up. Not sure I'm liking this. I'm going to select that point and just bring it down. And maybe I'll select some of these squares. Down to, I don't like that too much. Maybe just a line here and a line there. There we go. Not quite sure what this thing is, but interesting nonetheless. Okay, so we got that kind of surface happening overhead. Now it's a matter of getting the geometry of this this building worked out a little bit more. So we've got this doorway, and then there's some light spilling out, and then we have this other side there. So let's work on that. I'm going to unlock everything. And I'll take this box here, slide it over. And back. Let's just bring those together. And if I understand architecture at all, I'm going to think that there's going to be some kind of a lintel so that there's an entry. And where there's an entry, there's a top and a bottom to the door, or some kind of a top to that door. So I'll just take this geometry and pull it over. And then I'll just kind of squish it down. And then what I'm going to do here in a minute is I'm just going to cap these off, and literally use the cap command, and then I'll Boolean union them once they're capped. But before I do that, I kind of want to get a sense of where else this space goes. I feel like there's some landscape or something behind this building. Maybe this is the entrance to some big cave or something like that. Okay, and then I'm feeling like this guy has some kind of a like that. Okay, and then this guy's pretty flat. I think he protrudes beyond that roof. The roof is one thing, but then he's kind of out there. And there are a lot of ways to do landscape. I don't think Rhino is the best tool for creating landscape. I don't know. Maybe we'll try to create some of this landscape. I don't know. I guess we could do it with a sub D surface. Let's just do that. Let's do a sub D surface. And then that way we can sculpt this guy however we want. And I'm going to give it a little bit more resolution so that I kind of get what I want here. Oh wow, I'm only using one layer right now. So I'm going to need to get things into another layer, into different layers here. So let me just do a little bit of layer management here. So we want to do terrain. Probably not even spelling that right, but well. Okay, that's terrain, and then we want all these balls that I've created. They've been made on the default layer, and then we've got them as blocks, and so the block will be on a layer, and then also the geometry will be on a layer. So if I double click on one of these blocks, I can then select the sphere and make a new layer to house these spherical buildings. And I'm going to change the layer here. So now all these buildings should be on that layer. Terrain should be on that layer. And then what else do we have? Oh yeah, we have these kind of towers. I'm going to call them towers. And so if I double click on this, block edit, change layer, okay. I'm going to put these guys on that. On the building layer. Like I said, there's really no magic to this. It's just a matter of kind of persevering and moving through the process. Let's go ahead and finish this lake. So I'm going to take this geometry here, and I'm just going to finish it. Whoops. Turn off center. Let's see. Let me do that one more time. You know what? We need some music. Should I put on some music? Oh no, if I put on some music, then we're gonna end up with a copyright violation, right? Hopefully you're listening to some good tunes. It makes for more fun when you're doing this stuff. I'm no expert on lake design, but there's my lake. Okay, now I want to see how these other objects kind of fit into that. And maybe we have these objects over the lake, I don't know, but I think I'm going to try and relocate some of these so that there's only like a few on the lake or at the edge or something. And I think that it will be nice later on to create some kind of variation in the sizes of these spheres, but just I'm going to leave them all the same size for tonight's exercise, just because I'm mostly just trying to recreate that image. But again, I'm not so interested in just the image for itself, but what I am interested in is kind of trying to tease out the potentials that the image provides for us. And by modeling it, we start to get a sense of that. Okay, so now we've got our landscape pretty well mapped out here. And so now I can start thinking about the landscaping a little bit more. Got this ridge that kind of comes around. Let's see. I think the lake needs to be a little bit smaller. And I'm going to go ahead and delete some of these control points just to make it easier to manage and to manipulate this geometry here. That one. Let's look at this here. Okay, we're starting to get there a little bit. Let me go back. Oh, man. I keep hitting help. That's it. This X-ray view is going to be really helpful. I think I want to get these guys out of the way a little more. Okay. So what I want is I want to kind of create this lake, and the lake is going to be this flat surface here. So I'm going to take this and make it into a surface. Oh, it's not planar. So I can just project a C-plane. Yes, I want to delete. Now it's planar. Now I can make it a surface. I want to make that its own layer. Call it lake. And put that object on there. And I'm just going to make it blue so that I can see where that's at. And then the key thing for me is to make it so that the sub D surface is not coplanar like that, so we're not getting this funny geometry there. And wherever that lake is, we want that area to be kind of lower. So I'm going to lock that. Yeah, I'm going to lock that geometry, and I'm going to select some of these points inside the lake. And just pop those down a bit. Doesn't have to be a deep lake, just a lake, maybe. See, there we got quite a difference between the landscape and the lake itself. And in those places, we're going to have to kind of pop this up to meet that. And it's okay if the landscape covers the lake location a bit, because that gives us kind of a natural shoreline. And so then if that, yeah, so that's kind of helpful. It's good because it gives us this natural way of sculpting topography. And topography, I think, is an important part of creating an experience or a place. So I might just grab some of these other spots out here randomly and start getting some of that a little more of this topography. I'm primarily just using hand modeling methods because I'm trying to sculpt, and I want it to be fairly controlled and not a lot of back and forth with the computer tonight. Just trying to, back to a very almost traditional modeling method. Here we see this is getting a little bit high. Yeah, there we go. Got that forward ridge kind of taken care of. I might pull up this guy a little bit. No, I don't want to do that. But I might get that guy. And I definitely need to get this guy, because we've got this cave that's happening back there. And right now, our topography is kind of covering up our foreground wall here. So what I might do is I might just condense this and bring him down. and pull this guy forward a little bit. That seems pretty natural, but I think I'm going to have to do some other stuff to make this work. Like maybe pull this whole line up. Cover it up. I've got this kind of challenge where I want the back of let's go back to my image here. Okay, so maybe that thing needs to be deeper. Maybe this guy needs to be deeper. It's as if he kind of goes back and around that. So I'm going to scale this guy. What is that? That's the line, maybe? It's a surface. I'm going to scale this guy. Maybe I won't scale him, but I'll take these sub-D lines and pull them back past this building. I'm not getting enough here, so maybe I'm just going to grab surfaces. That should be enough. No. That guy wants to stay where he's at. I'll take that. Okay, let's try that. That's getting a little bit stretched for me. Maybe it'll work. I don't know. We'll see. Makes more sense to me that this guy is so deep. Are they connected? Maybe not connected. Goes around it, maybe. It's kind of bold after the fact. After. Got double Control Shift double click lets us move the these lines a little more, and we can also with the sub-D modeling we can add a edge loop. So just play in 2D real quick for a few minutes. I think we're getting close, but not happy yet. I think I want this guy. That seems, yeah, that's looking good. I think I like that topography quite a bit. Okay, so we've got, I think in this image we have more space, or more of this canopy happening and less of this mountainous stuff. But I think we're going to just take advantage of that for now, the mountainous stuff. That's good. Okay, so now we've got some basic geometry taken care of. I'll try and make sure this thing is. Oh, that's part of the problem here, is that my kill those mosquitoes, man, pesky. This building here is not on the ground, so I want to get this thing on the ground. I should have done that first before I started sculpting the landscape. Okay, now we've got that. Now we can pull these down some. So the edge, yeah, that'll work. Go back. Okay. Got this guy back because I want them to be able to walk out here. And so now I've got this patio started. Now I think it's time to start getting into some of the details, and this is where it gets tedious and you know, becomes problematic, and but it also brings the life to the model. Maybe I will take this guy here And dots. Just to kind of make that feel a little bit more. Let's stick here. I'll take this and boolean it out. So when I was working on making this volume here. So let me just finish making this volume. Maybe it's not so rectilinear back behind. Let's see. Maybe what I'm doing is I am taking these edges, border. Okay. There we go. I'm going to offset the surface. Distance 500. I don't want solid. Surface, distance 500, solid, no. Okay, that's not what I wanted either. I think instead I'm just going to scale it. Okay, and then I'm going to delete some of these faces. Oh. Extrude sub D. No. Instead, we're going to take this and convert it to sub D. Yeah. So now we have the surface, we can delete it, got the sub D, and I can scale it down. And I can also push these back. So I'm going to just select inverse and hide here. Got that. I'm just going to take these surfaces that are up here and just push them back. There. And, take these and okay. No, I don't want to do that. Maybe I'll just take all of this and push it back. Delete some of these edge loops. There we go. Some of these just keep going back here. Just trying to create enclosure. Feels a little bit realistic here. And pull that roof back in. And I want it to feel like it's got that. Yeah, okay. That's good. guy gets pulled down a little bit. Perfect. Okay, now I can do some of this Boolean unioning. Hope this is not right still. It's important to get the overall geometry to make sense and have a little bit of logic to it when you're trying to do this kind of big scale visioning. You know, obviously you're gonna have to get into the weeds and really figure out how these things work down the road. But for now, you just need to make sure the overall big scale logics are working. And let's see if we can cap this thing. No. Can't cap that. It's multiple scales or multiple elevations. We could patch it. I guess this thing doesn't have to be closed. What we can do is we can just offset surfaces, and we can do it 0.3 meters. Just to give it some thickness. Oh, we want to close that. Oops. Solid. Take this, that, and that, and that, and cap them, and Boolean union. And merge all. Okay, there we go. And then also go. I think we're doing what we want. It's doing what we want it to do. Oh yeah, no, we need Boolean difference this thing out. Okay, we got a lot of the basic geometry taken care of. Now it's time to get more into some of the fine-grained stuff. We can do this with texturing, and we might want to do that for some of the stuff in the background, like this sphere back here. We can do it in Rhino, or if we take this into Blender, we could do it in Blender. Can't believe you guys are still with me here. Wow. Let's see. Well, to start out with, let's start with just a texturing, and it will be kind of a general texturing. What we're gonna have to do with this is we'll have to start to divide them into different categories of blocks, or this one will be a different kind of object than, say, this one over here in the background. But let's just get in there. So we've got this thing, and I'm going to try to take inspiration images. style transfer. I want to take this guy right here and turn him into a texture in Photoshop. Just like I did earlier today, I showed you guys this texturing process. Let's see. So I think what I'll try first is I'll just try I think I'll just try content aware fill, Shift F5. See what that gives us. It's not bad. It's a good place to start, right? Anyway. And we can, from there, we can start to get rid of stuff we don't want, like this one here. Content aware fill. And then we can use the stamp tool to kind of get rid of the sphere, the spherical thing. And oftentimes I will use 50% opacity on a stamp tool, because then I can be a little bit more free with it. I don't have to be as committed on this thing. Go back and change stuff later. Don't know that I want to project shadows so much. I think we want to get rid of some of those shadows, because I think the model will give us the shadows we need. And in fact, now that I'm looking at this, maybe I don't even need the whole image. I might be able to get away with less than the whole image. Let's do this. Turn on my quick mask here, and I will paint out some of this area. And copy. Sorry. Hardness 100%. Oops, that's a big brush here. There you go. So I'm just using the mask tool here, and I'm masking off this area down here at the bottom for another content aware fill process procedure to try and get one. I don't. When you start to get those gradients, it's a problem. I think I might just have to keep it. Okay. Shift F5. Content aware fill. Did it do anything? Didn't really do anything. Let's go back and look at history. Small, almost no changes. Maybe I delete it first and then. Oh yeah, I didn't. I was on 50% opacity when I was brushing that. That's probably part of the problem. I'm going to take this selection and I'm going to expand it several, like 3 or 4 pixels. There we go. Shift F5. Yeah, that's better. So now I think we have a texture that we can work with. So if I save that, just a JPEG, this will start to give us a little bit of embellishment to the model pretty quickly here. So if we take this guy and we give him a custom, let's give him this one. We'll use texture 2 here. Texture 2. Let's see what we got. Yeah, I'm going to apply that to assign to object. Okay, now if we do render, now we can see that texture. And we want to do it a little bit different. I think we can change this. Spherical. Just going to try and see what we can do with these. Rotation, X, Y, Z, Y. Let's just try Y. Okay, and then go back to scale here. Repeating 10 times. Getting these to work can be a challenge sometimes. See, we're getting some kind of funny warping going on this backside. We don't want that. I think I'm going to go back here and just go back to surface. I think we're going to get better results like that. Yeah, much better results. Now I can come back into this thing and turn it down to 2 or something. Yeah, there we go. Now we're getting where I want to be. I think I want to rotate the sphere if I can. Let's see if that changes that. I think it should. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, see, now we're starting to get somewhere. I think that I'm going to turn off the mirroring on the texture. Sometimes that's useful, sometimes it's not useful. In this instance, it is very useful. I didn't think it was going to be. But let's try just turning this down to 1. No. Oh, one thing I forgot is I forgot to do the tiling. So if I do this offset again, we end up, you see how lopsided that texture is in terms of the dark to light. It's a real problem. Okay, so using that stamp tool, hardness down at 0, 50% opacity. Just gonna kind of come in here and try and get rid of any of that. Stuff. I think that should work. That'll be better. So I'm going to save this over that old file and it should update automatically. Texture 2. Update. Texture gonna update. Let's try and reload it. Okay. It's pretty seamless, I think. I don't know if it's actually getting what we wanted here because I still see that kind of seam happening. Let's see if I go to display options and turn off curves. Yeah, we still have that seam right there. Maybe we'll have to fix that later. The other thing we can do is we can create a bump map, and this takes quite a bit of playing with. But let's see here. Let's see if we can get it to work here. Bump, normal map. Let's try just using the same file. We'll see what happens. Just to give it, just to help us understand if it's working or not. We want to kind of set it at 100%. And let's see here. Doesn't seem to be working. We're probably going to have to grayscale the image. Control-Shift-U. That will probably give it to us right there, hopefully. Let's see if that works. Is that gonna work? Kind of looks like it might be working now. I don't know for sure. Definitely catching that image. I don't know. It's been a while since I used a bump map. Sorry. Okay, and then we're gonna have to. So we've got that first part done in terms of, so we're starting to get there actually faster than expected here. we're already getting kind of a resolution. It's okay, so we've got some basics down. Now let's, I mean, really, like I've told you this a lot of times, there's no magic to it. It really is just a matter of translating. And so depending on how, how committed you are to the idea you have in your head, that will determine a lot of where you end up with your modeling process. But I could imagine this being already an interesting scene, just kind of coming in. To there, like that, and kind of landing there. Again, I think one thing that's important is that we are able to in some way kind of reproduce the image, the style transfer image, with our project. So let's say this is another named view. 3. Gonna rename this 04 or something, or 02, 03, 2A. Into A. That way. So now we can start there. Start there, go there. So if we let's do this. So here we have our first view, second view, third view. Maybe we want the third view to be more like that. So we've got that. To maybe we should get rid of 2A altogether. Oops. Darn it. Okay. Okay. I'm going to save this. It's 2A. Yeah. There we go. Rendered. Okay, so any thoughts on what I do next? Maybe this guy is what I do next, and I actually try and model him a little bit instead of just doing the texturing. That's the texturing is the easy part. It's the modeling is the hard part. So I'm gonna explode block because he doesn't want to be part of that family anymore, and I might even take this guy into another Rhino, another instance of Rhino, just because if he's heavy, I don't want to crash the model and everything. So I'm just going to save this one real quick. Let's see, where's that location? Okay, here we go, modeling folder. And I'm just gonna name these based on date and time, like I always do, 2021 06/30. And I'm gonna name it style transfer 01. And I've got this new Rhino open. I'm gonna take this guy, copy him, just paste him in. Some extents, got my ball there. Shaded view. Now, there's probably some really good Grasshopper plugins to kind of get some of this geometry that we're interested in. But I'm just old school. And so I'll just try and use Grasshopper a little bit to get this going, maybe. So I'll take this guy and just open Grasshopper. I have a number of plugins, but probably not, I'm not completely up to speed on the latest ones. Here you can see my plugins I have. Weaverbird and Human UI, Pufferfish, MetaHopper, Human, Lunchbox. I really like Lunchbox, man. It's a great tool. Okay, so I think I will start with just extracting all the points. So geometry, set one, okay, got the geometry. And then I'm gonna do points on, oops, not populate 2D, populate 3D. Can't remember which one it is. It's populate geometry or populate 3D. I'll just try both. Yeah, there we go. Okay. That will be fine. Count 100. Go. We want probably more than 100, so let's go up, and I think it's an order of magnitude there. Okay. So here we have it. And this thing has these like these kind of linear elements that some of them are going the same direction, some of them are kind of going branching ways. We probably won't be able to get there just straight from Grasshopper quickly, but we can get a starting place. So what I can do here is I can say move. I can say this geometry, and I can say, so I have this. It's probably 1 in the 10 in the what is it, Z direction. Doesn't look like much of a difference. But what we can do is we can do a list. So we have 316 points, and we can do a random. We can do construct. Oh, where's it? Point. What is it? Vector. Yeah, point. Here we go. Construct point. There we go. So I can do 3 randoms, 1 for X, 1 for Y, 1 for Z, and I can select a list length. And then attach that, and that will give us the list. Okay, so now we can take this and attach it there. We haven't really done a range yet, and this is from 0 to 1, so they're not going to be very big. Let's do 1,000 would be 1 meter, so 100,000, I guess. Let's just try that. Array, construct domain. This gets a little bit verbose here, but I think it'll be helpful. Start domain, set number 0, end domain 10,000. I'm going to put that in there in all 3 of them. And then I will change the seed value for each one, because we don't want them to all be moving in the same direction, or the same number, even if they're in different directions. There we go. Now let's just try connecting them as lines. Got a mosquito problem here. Start point, end point. So there we have a starting place. Oh, we need there to be negative numbers too. This range, starting place, set the numbers, negative 100. Negative 100 to, negative 10,000. There we go. Now it's a little more random. although I did like that oriented one. This starts to get where we want to be a little bit, maybe. I did like that also. So I'm going to probably do both of those. So I'm going to duplicate that and give us, do it to us again here. And that's going to be more smaller. Get him, maybe. So there we have those ones that are directed. And here we have the ones that are more withdrawn. And then now what we can do from here, when I see this, I think that these are kind of inside a little bit, and that there's some other stuff covering the outside, maybe. So maybe what I want to do, this is going to be the final skin. So maybe I will duplicate it there and set that as my initial geometry, settling geometry. So now we have this external skin and we have this internal canvas, maybe. Okay, so we've got all these lines. Now the question is, how do we get them to be geometry? See them. Maybe we need more. It needs to be a little more dense, I think, maybe. So we'll just pump this up. Yeah, does anyone have any ideas of how I might, maybe I can just say offset, curve. Welcome, Ahmed. Glad you can join us. Distance, yeah. Wait a second, what do I have going on there? Oh. Don't know what that's all about. Okay, that's weird. See those. That's for sure. I think I like this better. A distance. I want to set this distance to be like 1 meter, 2 meters, maybe 2,000. Yeah, there we go. And we want it to not be the same. We want it to be varying. So we're going to use the same pattern again when we're using the domain. And we're going to use this length again. Number. Set value. We want negative 2,000 to 2,000. There. So now we have these lines a little bit random in terms of their value. We're going to do the same thing for this up here. And in the end, we get this kind of geometry, and we'll take that, loft it, we want to, let's see, we want to loft this geometry with that geometry. No, that's okay. So what do we got? We've got this value here. We want to graft it, and we want to get nothing. Simplify. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's what I wanted. Okay, so this range is too much. When I look at this range, I see too much. Start negative 2,000. Let's say start negative 1,000. And end at 1,000. And when I look at this, I might think it's too much still. Okay, so let's just look at those values real quick. Oh, wow. We end up with all 816, number 500, length. Yeah. Soon. It's thinking here. Let's see. Oh. There we go. Now we get different. I think we're getting different. They all look very much the same. For some reason. $530. And they're all going the same direction. What we can do is we can do a random rotation. So we've got that, and we've got that. Huh. Let's try not simplifying that. See what that does for us. And I'm impressed you guys have all stuck with me here on this. This is quite a process. And okay. I don't want those to be all the same direction. I'm trying to kill this mosquito here. I'm gonna just bake this real quick just to see what we get. Oh, that's what we got. So we got all these lines. We don't want that. Okay. That's better. Now we're getting something better. We're getting different curve dimensions. Got an issue with our list here. Not quite sure exactly what's going on with the list. Can't get that loft to work here. Maybe that we just have to manually loft those things. No, I don't want to do that, because if I manually loft them, then we end up losing our grasshopper control of the object. So it's really hanging now. Oh, there we go. I'm going to take this geometry, bring it in here first, and graft it. There we go. So now we have a variation. That's what I was hoping for, to get that variation. We got that variation, which is nice. Now what we can do is we can take the centroid area And we can get that centroid for a random rotation from that point. I think we can just do this again. Range, we want 360 to negative 360. Negative 360 to 360. And then we want to rotate. Rotate. Geometry. It's going to be that. Centroid. And axis, we want to do angle. Axis, how do we want to handle that? I don't know. Anyone have any ideas how we want to handle that axis? Because what we want is to construct a value, angle. We want that in radians. Degrees, sorry. Wow, that's really taking a while here. Let's see. We're stuck. We're gonna get out of this. We're gonna crash. See, this is why I took this thing out of that other model, because if we left that in the model and we crash, we're just, it's not good. I'm gonna change this plastic to custom. That way we get some reflection, transparency. Can add a texture if we want. Oh, did it work? Whoa. It's a heavy model. Okay, so we gotta, I think we gotta graph this. Or flatten that, one of the two. Ah, there we go. So here we can see the lofted stuff and then the random rotation. I think I might want to keep both. I think it might be interesting to keep both of those. So yeah, I think I'll just keep both of those. And then I'll just take this thing here and I'll duplicate it down here. Same stuff. All right, taking this line. And I'm taking, uh-oh, we're gonna end up with a mess. It's gonna take forever. Let's see if I can get out of that by hitting escape. Did it work? No. Oh, yep. It's raining here. Is it? What's it doing where you are? Anybody? Oh wait, that's going to be from this other geometry. I'm going to disable this so I don't get messed up. So that wants to be there, and that wants to be there, and that wants to be there. Enable. See, we have that geometry, that geometry. Let's see. 4 layers. Oh wow, this one is flat. And this one is not flat. Oh, it is flat too. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, there we go. Got it. So I got the lofted geometry, and then I also have this 3D rotated geometry, which is a little bit better because it's going to be more varied in terms of its direction and orientation. And so what I want is I want that geometry, that geometry, that geometry, and that geometry. Now I've got quite the complex kind of mess. And maybe I'll take this guy. See how much of that's sticking out? A lot more than what I was seeing here. What we see in that other model is we just have a lot more cosmetic stuff. Not so much sticking out. And then from here, I'm gonna offset surface to get thickness on that stuff. And this is just one layer. We're gonna do some other things to it as well. Still a little bit long, I think. I think I need it even further in. Ah, there we go. Now we're not getting so much of that excess kind of coming out. Okay. Let's see if I can do this with one piece. So geometry. I can take that. I'll do the same here. Take that and that, and then I'll do it again to combine them. Okay, now let's see if we can do this. Offset surface. And we want solid, both sides. Let's say yes. Distance, we want a random distance. So again, we use the same method here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Simplify, maybe. I think we're gonna have to flatten that. We don't need to simplify it anymore. 2200. And I think I can flatten that. Not even flatten it, just leave it regular. And so we can put the surfaces in there. And we can put the distance in there. Is it working? Did it work? It's thinking. Oh yeah, they're there. So we got that. But I think we're getting one distance, maybe. Or maybe this is not so. Oh yeah, this is 360. So we want more variation. 1000 maybe. That will give us a maximum of 2 meters. It's thinking here. Let's just let it think. And a positive of 1000. Maybe we want a maximum of 1 meter thick. 2 meters might be too thick. Well, that's nice. That's not bad. We get some really thick ones. We get some thin ones. Okay. Cool. So now I think I'm going to bake that. Yeah, I'm just going to bake it. Before I do that, well, I can just bake it like this. Group, yes. Let's make a new layer here. We're losing people now. I think that they got enough, and they know where to go from here, and they're leaving. It's also midnight, so we're going to call this interior 01 because we might have more than one interior. Oops. If you right click on the object and say bake, it lets you put it on a specific layer and it lets you group it. So it's a little bit more manageable. So just to kind of test this out, this rendered view. And then we're not going to actually end up using that. What we want is we want to convert this to a sub D. Delete input, yes. Yeah, there we go. And the reason I wanted to do that is because in this image we have some more transparency, and then we have some more solid. And so I'm going to just take this and I'm going to start to delete some of these faces to get some transparency, and then I'm going to rebuild or add some of that so I can get a little bit more. Okay. Maybe before I start deleting, maybe I'll bring some spots in a little bit. So it's not strictly a sphere, but it's a little bit more spherical, but not quite a sphere. Just trying to choose some spots. Being actually more systematic about it than I want it to be. Okay. Now that we've got that gumball in the center, I can kind of fold these in a little bit. So we've got these spots that are a little bit skewampus, showing off a little bit more of that interior. Select. Previous. Oh yeah, this one. And then I'm just going to delete those spaces. That's interesting. Now, another thing that I notice here is that there is actually some kind of striation, as if there's some kind of floor plates in there or something like that. And so maybe I will bring that sphere in again. Oh man. Oh, there it is. Oh, that's not the same one. Oh, there it is. Okay, there we go. We have that. The object back here. I'm going to select inverse and hide. Isolate object. Okay, so now I want to try and add those floor plates in here, and we'll see those. It would be nice because when we see that thing, we'll see when we see all those openings, we'll see the floor plates. So just going to do a box here. We'll say 4 meters. And we'll say 1 meter. Another 4 meter box. Say this one is 1 meter up from that. I'm just going to repeat this for us. And we want one more at the top. I'm going to trim it. Or actually, I'm going to Boolean difference it. Subtract from, subtract with. Try this again. Subtract from. Oh. Subtract from. Subtract with that. Not working. Oh, darn. Let's do this. Offset surface. Distance. Okay. Volume difference. That's not working. What do I want to do here? How do I get these? Maybe I just have to trim. Maybe that's it. I just have to trim. Objects to trim. These ones. Trim away. Nope. Cutting object. Here we go. That's what I wanted. Okay. But now the challenge is to get these things to yeah, that's what I want. So now we've got these objects, and I can just join those. Yeah, so I have these objects that become floor plates essentially. And I think I'm going to scale those down so they're not so prominent. I'll group those together. Oops. Yeah, that's fun. Starting to see. Maybe it's still not enough. I forgot to group those. Select the previous. Oh, here we go. Okay, group that. Scale them down. That's better. So it's not done by any means, but that's a pretty good start. We're starting to get there. Now the other thing I want to do is I want to get some of this texturing from this surface. And so again, I can start to do that by using Photoshop and pulling in that image, wherever that image is. Oh yeah, here it is. So here's that image. I'm particularly interested in these vertical lines. So I'm going to bring that image into Photoshop. And once I get that in here, I'm going to apply this same filter that I applied before. So I'm going to take this filter, duplicate layer, choose that image. Okay, here we go. So here's the photo filter. And we can just take that off, and then we can just work in here. Shift F5, get rid of that. And I'm particularly interested in this stuff here. What I might do is I might just crop the image kind of right there. Or instead just delete this other stuff. So there I've got that. Oops. Instead of doing that, I'm going to do F5, content aware fill, see what I get. Oh, that's nice. I like that. I might just scale it up. Although I'm not sure that I like how unidirectional it is. So we've got that image, and then I've got this original piece here. And I think maybe I want to go back even further here. There we go. Paste that image in. Let's see here. How do I want to do this best? So I've got that image there. I want it to be a little less homogeneous. I like some of this stuff over here, and I'm not getting so much of it. Maybe I just use some stamp tool to get more of that stuff. We're losing people. Oh, you know what? I gotta turn off this filter. Otherwise, we're gonna get too much orange. Okay. After I get this texture done, I think I'll be done for this evening. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them now or later. Get this content aware fill. Do some content aware fill here. Someone came back, maybe. Should die. Shift F5. Maybe I'll delete that. Oh, that's nice, actually. Just like that. Oh, that's actually really great. Okay. Apply that orange filter to it. And call that as texture. Oh, I've got to do the whole filter thing, the offset filter. Oh, darn it. So I'm going to take this layer and flatten it. duplicate and flatten. Control E flattens. And that way I can take this layer as is. Filter, offset. Okay, there we go. So now I can texture. I'm going to turn that off. I lose some of the magic with this texture, or with that when I do this offset, because we had some really nice darks and lights, and we kind of lose that a little bit. But I mean, one thing we can do is try and emphasize some of that. Okay. Now I can save this as JPEG. Poetry. So let's see how that comes together here. So if I put that texture here, material, custom, color, 3. And then do one time repeating. Try to remember what I did to make this thing work last time. Surface, closest point. Because we don't want, oh yeah, the sub D models really messes with your texturing. Let's try spherical, see what happens with that. Oh, there we go. Linear UV. Just trial by error, trial and error here. Spherical. Don't think that's what I want. Cylindrical. Interesting, but not what I was hoping for. Custom objects. Spherical. UVW, UV, surface. Oh, there we go. We got it. We got it. That's it. I think that's pretty good. Let's go back to that image. We need to kind of replicate that orangish color. New floor plates. use layer material. By, oh, I didn't realize I had duplicates. Let's see. Select duplicate objects. Yep. There we go. I think I'll do the same thing with these things. They might want a little bit more variation. For now, that's probably okay. This is not finished by any means, but it is well on its way. So now I'm going to just organize these layers a little bit more. See what happens when I turn off, check my layers. And then I'm going to take this object and turn it into a block. Call that sphere 2. And I'll take that block and I'm going to copy that back into my other file here. And delete that guy and paste in this guy. That's kind of nice. I think we're getting somewhere. Maybe the properties here. Well, that's pretty good, actually. So there you have the basic starting place. We're not like 100% there by any means, but we're a lot closer than we started. Do any of you three have any questions before we get off? I'm getting ready to call it a night here. Any questions? Thanks for sticking with me through this and checking it out. Hopefully it was helpful. Pretty boring process here. It's nothing fancy at all. It really is just working through the cues you find in the image to try and create some of the geometries. I think maybe the contrast between the layers is, oh, you know what I need to do is I need to offset that surface. If I take this object and I offset this, offset sub D, and we want to go like 0.5 meters. Oops, we want to say solid. Solid, yes. No, it has, yeah, that's better. brown wants to be some kind of texture. I don't know, not white. For now, we'll just make it this. There we go. And then the sky, similarly, wants to be kind of a gradient. Gradient. 4-color gradient. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're not seeing that fourth one. I think I'll change that. Oh yeah, that's better. Okay, well, this color, this one here, we want the lake to be more transparent. And I think we can probably apply, if we go custom, we get a little more flexibility. I think we could probably do some kind of a wave pattern here. Choose from the texture type. Render content, water. Let's see, we can find some water. Liquid water. Oh, new material, import, water. Liquid water. And I want to change the scale. Oh, I guess that's good. Yeah, that's pretty good, actually. We'll definitely want to change the color a little bit to be darker. How can we make this a little more brown? Wow, that's interesting. Oh, it didn't even go where I wanted it to go. Oops. Color. Huh. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's transparency. It's like 85%. I can't. If I turn. Oh, there we go. Turn down the transparency and start to get more what I want. What to be? Yeah. We do want it to be darker though still. So it's not quite dark enough. I want it to be really dark. If we turn on the reflectivity and the glossy finish, that helps a little bit. Maybe if I add a color. I don't know. Let's just try black. No, can't do it. That's as much as we're gonna get. I want it to be more dark, kind of like this, where we get these like dark shadows. There we go. Nice, that's better. So here we have beginnings of what would be this kind of experience. So if we bring back that image, we're starting to get there, starting to get to somewhere that's interesting. I think the next step is this building here, because it's kind of a missing link here. Okay, well, with that, I think I'm going to finish for tonight. Hopefully this was helpful. Hopefully it makes sense and is just a simple process for you to follow. The nice thing about it is, once we've created this environment, it's now an environment that we can use. And I think that I probably would want to take this block and use it to in this space as well. I'm trying to think, maybe I would want to scale these ones down a little bit, and the other one leave it the size it is, so that we have at least two sizes of objects, but maybe even a third, just to kind of increase the variation. I don't know, I guess maybe these tower objects are giving us some the third type. So anyway, thanks for sticking with me till 1 in the morning. And I guess I'm going to sign off now. Thanks for watching. I'll see you on Friday. Did you have questions?
I have a small question that will the time enough for us to finish these projects by Saturday?
I think so. I mean, I've just spent 2 hours, and I've started to. I'm probably like I don't know, a quarter of the way to the place where I would hope to be before the weekend. Yeah, because I think that once we get the texturing for this example, I think once I get the texturing for this building done and I get these things kind of resolved in terms of their texture, and then I'm not too far off. I'm pretty close, actually. It becomes a matter of just kind of tidying it up. And then the opportunity is to take it into like Enscape or something like that. Enscape or what is it, Twinmotion? It's made by Unreal Engine. And we can get some pretty nice animations pretty quick out of it. So that's my hope, is that you can get out of Photoshop into a 3D modeling software, model it pretty quick, and then get some sort of an animation. And the animation that I'm hoping that we can get to is one where it either starts or ends on a screen that's similar to your original image that you start with here.
Yes,
That's
that
the
sounds
hope.
exciting.
What's that?
I mean, that's great. That sounds exciting.
Yeah. So yeah, because here we have the Enscape version, and I like Twinmotion a little bit better than Enscape, because Twinmotion allows you to manipulate things a little bit more, whereas with Enscape, you have to kind of take things at face value. But let's see here. Yeah. So here we can see, this is the kind of experience. It's a kind of an interesting thing to just kind of experience these things, these places, in a way that's somewhat photoreal. You know? And so you can export animations pretty readily from this kind of an environment. Enscape is pretty good about
That's pretty cool.
getting that. So
Oh, yeah, please.
what's that?
I mean, so we are producing a video for the final result.
It doesn't have to be a city. It wants to be some kind of environment for sure. And I've just chosen this image as my starting place, and so I'm working from there. But it really does depend on what kind of art breeder images, what kind of style transfer images you're able to produce, and what you select, what your focus is.
Okay.
So if I don't remember, I know you showed me your work earlier today, but I saw a bunch of work today, even outside of this workshop. So I don't remember. What was your scale that you were working at?
The tubes and the city and the highway.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you're looking at some kind of a city thing also.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
one thing that I've experienced with this is that a lot of students I've worked with in the past really do focus on that one view, and I think it's really important that you get outside of that view. Just like how in my Photoshop file, one of my first steps is to take the initial imagery and expand it, just like that. We want to expand that initial imagery so that we get more context, because context is something the computer can't really help us with, and that's something we really kind of have to do, is create that context. And then the other thing is the scale. But so the same thing is true not when you're in Photoshop anymore, but when you're in the 3D modeling environment. You want to get it as far outside of that original image as possible in terms of the panorama. You really want to create that whole environment as much as you can, you know, so that you're not confined to that one perspective that you initially started with. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for sticking with me. I'm really impressed that you're still here with me.
No, you are so kind that you spent 4 hours to show us the procedures.
Do you have a background in, have you used Rhino before?
I use Rhino, but I have a little knowledge about Grasshopper, but I want to create something that is digital through Grasshopper.
Yeah.
And I wonder whether I can finish it by Saturday.
Well, I'm happy to look at your script. You know, if you have a script, you should put it on our Discord channel, and I can look at it, or other people can look at it and see if you're headed in the right direction. This is the thing, is that I really wanted to demystify machine learning and style transfer, take it out of the realm of something that's not achievable, because it really, you know, there's these very simple tools you can use to do style transfer. Even Photoshop incorporates style transfer. If you look at Photoshop, one of the filter plugins is you have these neural filters. So, you know, even Photoshop is using the style transfer inside of it. It's pretty primitive, so it's not as developed as the other style transfer processes, but I just wanted to demystify that, and then I wanted to kind of just be there as a resource for any student in the direction that they want to go, and try to kind of help them to make that translation from the style transfer process through the execution all the way. And so that's my intention, is to help people. You know, like for tonight's tutorial, I was willing to go towards not motion capture, but what is it? I was willing to take the tutorial towards doing what is it? Reality capture is the software that does photogrammetry. I was willing to take it to photogrammetry and see if we could take a file transfer image and turn it into a photogrammetry model, if that was where people wanted me to go. It seems like this was the tutorial that was needed, but maybe a follow-up tutorial would be useful about photogrammetry, so that people could try that as well. I don't know, but anyway, I just want to be there for you to be able to help you make the transition from the style transfer all the way through the execution of developing the project. So whatever I need to do to help you with that, I'm willing to try and work through it with you. So let me know, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you. Have a great night. Thanks for sticking with me. And I'll go ahead and end it there.
Will the YouTube video be kept on YouTube permanently?
Yeah, so I'm gonna just, on Discord, I'll just post this video now for people. Okay.
Okay, so I leave the chat room.
Yeah, I'll just get off.
Okay.
Thanks. Good night.
Good night.